Hello, everyone.
Hello. Sorry, I forgot to turn on my microphone again. Hello. Hi, Unconsidered. You have anime as a channel tag? Yes. I sorry. I'm sending a notification on Twitter. What's today's subroutine? We're doing some pain and suffering, which is gonna do some grinding in Ancient Maze in FF3. It's gonna be a new area, so it's not like I'm just doing like boring shit. It's definitely gonna do some new stuff, but I figured, you know what, I need to check what level is recommended for the last dungeon. RPGs are kind of long, yeah, but I'm at the very end basically. Just need a few more levels so that I can finish the game with a minimum pain possible. But other than that, it's going well. Also, how are you doing? How was your Monday? I was, just a minute ago I was wondering whether or not I should stream at all, because I was doing some artwork and I was like, I feel like I could still go with that, but at the same time I figured, you know what, it's fine. It's fine, I can just make a shorter stream and now we'll see how that goes. It's getting colder. I should really close my window when I sleep. It's not that cold. I couldn't sleep with an open window. oh my god. But it's over here, it's gotten quite cold. I basically just sit under a blanket all the time now. But yeah, it's generally, it's really cold. There's snow and shit, and I'm pretty sure it's gonna be gone in like, a couple of days, but I don't like it! I am cold! I wish it was that cold. Can you take some of the cold from me? That would be nice. Let me move myself a little bit. Let me check something. Bestiary. I'm still like missing a bunch. But I'm also missing a bunch from like the first and second game, so yeah, it's whatever. You hate summer? Oh my god, what the fuck is it saying? Why are they all dead? What was I doing yesterday? I would rather be cold than hot anyways. See, like, I get that, but I do not like extremes. I want it to be medium. Looks like surviving? I don't know. I don't know about that. Something happened here. Oh, we were fighting Bahamut. And somehow I have managed to beat Bahamut with both of my my tank and my FPS dying, with just, you know, the squishy mages staying alive somehow, and they finished the job. I feel like I should redo this because they are already on. They already have a lot more experience than the other two. Other games, much harder. Yeah, they were harder, but wait, did I save over that? Oh no, there we go, there we go. But I haven't played many of the originals, so I don't actually like know that much. It's like what I know is mostly what's the word? What do you mean updates? I don't have one update. It's like from stories of people because I haven't played all the many older games. You know, I've played some, but like I haven't played the original releases because imagine playing this on actual hardware. How much harder this would be without having, you know, quick saves and all of that stuff, and having like one freaking, what's the word, save state. I think I would be very scared. I like the idea that they didn't finish the fantasy until it's 60. Are you sure that's the last one? Can you be sure of that? Hi Myriad Mines, thank you for the follow. Are my sounds even working or are they broken? I need to... Game of Thrones? Oh no, that... What? What are you talking about? Is that what F16 was? Game of Thrones? I don't know. I haven't played it. I don't know anything about it. Proton, hi! Sorry, my sister just came into my room and gave me cookies. She was like, I got these and they're going bad and I'm not gonna eat them. And I'm like, okay, give me. I'm gonna consume. Yeah. How are you, Proton? Is a game on OG hardware would also cost a lot? It would. This is no to free cookies? People on diet. And stuff. Please let me cast Protect on everybody before you go with your stupid flare. Still sick? No! Get better soon. I managed to use Protect on everybody! Oh, there you go. You fucking mega flare. It's fine. It's fine, I say. You say it's fine, but it's not really fine. They look like spell slots? Those are spell slots. That's one ugly dragon? Why would you say that about Bahamut? This is way too D&D vibe. That wasn't a good spell. Hi, Dory! But listen, dude, I'm doing better than yesterday. Yesterday, it was terrible. Yesterday, they all died. That's not a fighter, that's black belt. What do you need? What do we need? Heal. Of course. Flare, now that I've chosen the wrong cure. Yeah! Yeah! Today they're all alive! Not like yesterday, woohoo! Cause yesterday, only even Glitter made it out alive. Bahamur. Dragont. Dragon. No, I was complaining about how this game doesn't have, oh fuck. Never mind. Zapomniałam, o czym chciałam mówić. W każdym razie musimy iść na statek, musimy wrócić na statek. Wybiec szybko! Szybko! Co do książek, to czytałam wszystkie. Co do gier, to grałam tylko w jeden i część dwójki, ale bardzo małą część, w sumie nie zrezygnowałam. O. Ponieważ... A nie, w sumie Sezonu Burz nie czytałam. Czytałam tylko wszystkie ze starej serii. Ale Szpony i Kły i Sezonu Burz nie czytałam. A co do gier, to grałam tylko przeszłam pierwszą część, drugą zaczęłam, ale nie grałam w nią specjalnie, dlatego że nie potrafiłam się przyzwyczaić do kamery. Ja mam takie, dobra, zacznę to później. Oglądałam pierwszy film, który wyszedł. Ten najstarszy. I poza tym to chyba tyle. Nie oglądałam seriali. Nowe książki to nie za bardzo zachodu. Tak podejrzewam. On wyszły już po tym, jak... No już potem jak Sapkowski wyszedł z tą całą swoją oni mi zapłacili mi tych milionów wszystkich za te gry i ja miałam takie okej, dobra, starczy. Nie muszę więcej wiedzieć. Muszę napisać więcej książek za więcej milionów. Jaki mamy poziom? Nie to. Oj. Ups. Czemu? Nie chcę aktualizacji. Boże. Jakby sobie... Też mam takie, dobra, nie chcę nic więcej od tego dziada. Starczy. O Boże. Wyskakują mi powiadomienia o tym, że karta dźwiękowa ma update. Oh, hello. You're back to the normal scheduling. Programming, I guess. 24 days till Christmas. News, why would you say that? I don't speak Italian. So what's your favorite game of all time? Portal 2. Also, hi, Toki! decembr. I was complaining about the author of the Witcher books. It's okay, you haven't missed anything. Okay, so one more thing, I think, is that I didn't find all chocobo forests? Surely I can come back in here. Give me the bread. We must consume bread. I've seen everything in here. Can I say that this sound, the sound of changing the location, reminds me of guinea pigs? Where is that missing chocobo forest? Is it over here? I see like 2 dots over here, but I didn't find anything there. But maybe it's on the inside or something, who knows? So we are... oh god. I'm close at the end at this point, but I did a little bit of research yesterday while I was ending to check what is the recommended level for the last dungeon, because after the Odin debacle I figured, you know what, I might just check that real quick, and turns out that the recommended level is something above 50, and I'm like, fuck, I'm just like 42. I think that the people are like, oh, if you don't want any issues, it should be like about 57. I'm like, what the fuck do you mean? That's fine. Oh my goodness. Are you saying there's another one in the works? You have insider information? You mean it's not Final Fantasy? It's not! Can you believe it? How? How outrageous! You know what? I should just... I'm gonna go in, and we're gonna do some leveling inside, because... Makes more... This is a beautiful, beautiful picture. Gonna do some, configuration, what? Did I already see this? Default speed, cursor memory, continue auto battle. What the fuck? Anyway. Gonna end! Ooh. Does it get fancier though? I mean, I think so. I am playing the Pixel Remaster of the third one because I figured I played 1 and 2 like this, and I didn't really think of playing the original for some reason. I don't know why my brain just didn't work. But I'm definitely gonna play the next one on an emulator, because next one is the SNES one, so I figured, you know what, we could do that. There's a lot of those, probably. Where are we? Oh my god. What is this? What is this? Hello? Moon, hi! Earth crystal. Oh. It's the earth crystal, but something attacks. You're surrounded. On Master Zanda's orders, you will all be swallowed by darkness. Ah! Wait, I already fought you. What are you doing here? How are you alive? How's Final Fantasy going? Pretty good, I'd say. I am quite close to the end at this point. But still need to do some leveling before we get there. Yeah. I feel like I've blazed through this one. But it's probably just because I've actually been playing it very often compared to 1 and 2 when I've been taking breaks in between. I think this just comes from the fact that I kinda got used to the gameplay. Because, you know, I mean, this wouldn't be really anything surprising if I say that these kinds of games, they have a different gameplay from, you know, most of the other, most of the Western games you get. And those are usually the ones I play a lot. And right now, being where I am, getting this, playing this one, I feel like it made a huge difference. Well, this one, this series. Finally, like, oh wow, okay, this is different. And so, you know, it was a learning curve in the beginning because I just wasn't used to this. But now I kind of have developed, let's say, more patience for this, so it's okay. According to Final Fantasy Wiki, there are 8 or 9 depending on how you count gacha games. Actually, oh my god, I have not even heard of all but one of them. Oh my god, what are they? I probably have some on the list. I just didn't know they are gacha games. I need to play better. No, well, don't leave the healer alone. I know Eve is down. I'll fix that in a minute. None of the numbered versions and they have just massive titles, so I won't paste it here. Oh, I see. It's okay. You're like, yes! More gacha! We all love gacha in here. No, it doesn't surprise me that there's so many. No, I wasn't talking about us in here, it was just like, you know, a generalization. It's the fourth and final crystal, the Earth Crystal. Warriors of Light. The mortal known as Xander is using my powers for the utmost evil. He plans to drown the world in darkness. You must use the power within me to cast away the cloud of darkness. Received a new title from the Earth Crystal. Magnus, Devoured, and Summoner are no jobs are unavailable. Okay, Summoner is basic, but Magus and Devout? What the fuck are those? Circus Tower is a conductor of light for light. Xander plans to use it to amplify our powers and summon the cloud of darkness. Go now to Circus Tower and stop Xander, Warriors of Light. Is that stone talking to you? It is! So then it is the liquid, you can't use it to drown. Maybe I want to drink it. Well, look at him. Unicorn. Devout! Oh! Kruru! Magus. I don't know these two. I do want to use a summoner. Because of summoning, obviously. But... New activation? No, it reminds- it's like the character in 14. Krill. I didn't know there was it was based on a job from an earlier game. Oops, sorry. I should shut up. How do you use this? Hydro. Wow. Oh! It can heal you? I don't know. Crazy how it's already December. I know, what the heck? Okay, so what do you think of December? It's like it was not December just yesterday. Surprising, isn't it? Ah! What the fuck is this? Why can't you summon? Excuse me? How does the summoner work if it cannot summon anything? What the fuck? Why can't the demon summon him but not me? Stop summoning shit. Elixir. Wow. We have MP. Oh! Fish! Too high! Okay, I see what's happening here. It's because you already have shit. Wait, if you remove some... You get it back? Oh, that's cool. Chocobo. Learned all salmon magic. Ooh. I wonder how if this will work. Oh my god. What? I shouldn't be surprised, but I really didn't expect this. A bone dragon. Didn't see you in a while. Summon escape? Sure. Shiva. Just wanna see how that works. Let's experiment. Oh. I see. Last Christmas. No, not that Christmas. We don't want to be Christmased. I swear. Let's do it again, actually, since this is... Oh, I should have used kick instead of... Oh well, whatever. Stop killing everybody! So ensure you turn your whole party. The giant woman to cast a nice spell with extra steps. Yes! Exactly. Better crisis. Oh no, Shrek is dead. Oh no. No, not Shrek, Gregor. Shrek is the only one alive. Crystal Mail. So, what would make sense potentially would be to turn Eve into a summoner But I don't know. Oops. These hurt a lot. Never played FF1 4. I will need to give this a try. Random thought, but I wish Summoner, the video game, was a better RPG than it is because it has some pretty cool concepts, but did not pull them together. Aww. Sad. A better game. A better game. You have an idea? What's the idea? Thanatos? Who the fuck is this? Wait, I was supposed to check different spells. I keep using Shiva. What's wrong with me? Murder. Kill. How about Ramu? Wait. This one is multiple, this one is multiple. One is multiple, this one is multiple. Oh. So they are all multiple use. Okay, see how it is. Any Polish game that I'll be interested in playing, I already have it somewhere in plans, so... Darkwood was, but you have to remember I play old games, so it will take a while before I decide to touch any of those that have been made. Somewhat recently. Behemoth! You're back? I'm just scared. It wasn't very strong. Why am I using electric spells on him when it clearly doesn't work? Yeah, it is Poland. What do you mean? I don't need to play that. I live that every day. Polanie? No, wait, what is that one? Ooh. God damn it, you're still alive. Oh fuck. Meteor! All part RTS, technically speaking, a Warcraft clone, but has some quirks. Oh. I don't have that one. I don't think I've ever heard of it, actually. Let me heal these people. If I can. Ah, shit. Health and Fury. That Titan? Why is he a human? Odin, Tan, Leviathan. I used to play Love My Father back in the previous millennium. I need to check it out. Why is he still alive? How much health does Behemoth have? Oh my god. We tried... Did I try Odin? I don't think I tried Odin. Need to get Polish Simulator on the list? Did you know that a lot of simulator games are actually made in Poland? Stuff like... House Flipper and Cooking Sim. They were both made by Polish developers. And I'm sure there's more, those are just like the two on my mind, off the top of my head. I didn't see the Behemoth, Odin attack. I was thinking. Do it again! Santetsuka, what the fuck? You missed? How dare you? Be glad you're not playing Shin Megami Tensei 3. Ah, as if that would stop me. Fuck it, Behemoth. Whoa! That's nice. What is Poland well known for? Food? Complaining? I don't know. I love Polish games and simulators, weird FPS games or horror games, yeah. It's like... Someone thought, what's the weirdest thing we could do? And then decided to like put it all together. Alcohol? Probably too. That less, not as much as Russians, but still. You guys ask me what Poland is known for. How am I supposed to know? I don't live abroad. I'm joking, but like... it's difficult to tell it for me to say, honestly. Because... like, I know of most of the things here. What the fuck? Another one? Oh my god, I don't think we're making out of here alive, boys. I have a bottle of 96% heavy alcohol on my desk right now. Why? Why is that there? Another travel to Poland and to Switzerland? Ooh, nice, nice. Eh? Don't like thank you for the bits. There's a little dinosaur. I need to boost one more time. Because if for some reason I might start bleeding, I'm going to burn the wound, which, as all we know, restores health points. Oh god. If you're doing well, I'm doing well. I'm doing okay. Things have been changing for the better. How are you? Shiva, maybe? We need to get rid of this man. Oh fuck. Ah! Need to get rid of this behemoth, and then we need to escape and heal. I think one of the funniest stories I heard of Poland is during World War II. You met her and enlisted a bear as part of your infantry. Why not? Snooze, do you know anything about that? I just know it was a part of military, I don't know exactly. Let's see, you have Ivory here to give you more trivia about that. More specific information. Yeah. Pork. God damn it. Stop dying. Well, it sounds like Winter Joy. Oh. God damn it. Shrek, why are you dead? That is true. Oh no. Feeling like you should have been just trying it and be like, ah, fuck it. What can go wrong? What do I have to lose? We should have used black mages. True. Ah, fuck. They should have Eve. This game. Stop being dead, Shrek. Stop fucking dying! I can't even get a spare tire on my Land Rover and they will fucking strapping bows to pigeons and poisoning water supplies with bullets. They're like, you cannot stop me with a stupid thing like a bomb. Fuck it. Oh my god, we did it. We are only 43, guys. We need to be level 50. Break blade? What? The sword infused the power of earth can inflict gradual petrification. Let's see. Omni rod? Ooh. A rod that boasts a variety of elemental powers can sometimes cause gradual petrification. Wait! Grzegorz! Oh, that's for you! Get the fuck out of here. Hold on. Ah! I clicked the wrong button. I'm sorry. Sure, you might have to you might have to set that again. Anyway. If Photoshop all the German women in 4 marks to be ugly, then it reduced morale. Oh my god. Hold on, let me heal these fools. Phoenix down. Fuck it. Look how much money I have. Oh, what the fuck do you mean? Look at all of these uneven numbers. We have to fix this. I don't know why I'm buying this. You know, I don't need any of this. But like, I have so much garbage. I have so much money. Oh, we didn't get these? Right. But could sell it down instead of buying up. I could, but I don't know, I didn't think of that. I don't have brains. Not today. Not ever. Brainless day today. How do you know? How did you know? Demon Shield is what's better, a summoner or a black mage? Maybe I should have black mage instead of, because I can't have 3 FPS. I mean, I think I should have like a knight at least. But Far Cry 2 will be coming sometime. I've played the first game already, so it's just a matter of time. Nagor. No, that. Which one? No. Cannon fodder. Oh, I found an interesting thread. Bail on Sage? We do have Sage? Bail on whoever your fourth is, go black belt. We have black belt! Classic strategy is 2 sages plus 2 ninjas. Best strategy is 4 level 99 onion knights! What are you talking about? What? Eh? Anyway, let me see real quick. Magic. With Quake, Fire. You have more spells. That's for sure. And are the health points higher because you've been a knight? Question mark? What will happen? What will happen, I wonder? Not this way. Why does... Hold on. Remove all. I'm doing... Okay. Okay, never mind. Gregor has more health, but that's because he's been a knight this whole time. So let me do this for a bit. Ah, wrong button. Break blade. Defender. I think you should use a shield, you stupid bitch. Why do you refuse to use a shield, you stupid? Anyway, diamond shield. Excuse me, what do you have equipped right now? Crystal shield. I wonder how many of these items I will find in the last dungeon, actually. Someone looks like less threatening than Black Mage? It does. Jin, hi! Hello, how are you doing? Fuck it. Oh, but they use the... You can use this, they can use the same thing. Nice. You know, I have enough items, enough money to just like buy all of this stuff. I bet I'm probably going to find a lot of this, like on the way, but you know what? Whatever. Doesn't matter. Oh, actually, I said that and... Wait. I do have defender. Why did I break another? Why did I buy another one? I'm stupid. I stayed away too late last night. What were you doing? What caused you to stay too late? Stay up too late. Remove sleep. I'm not using that shit. Remove toad. I'm not using that. Shay, not using that. Erase. Might use that. Raise KO to all weak enemies. What is a weak enemy? Gaming and hanging out with friends? Nice. That makes sense, I understand. Punishes an enemy or transfer the party to the previous floor. Probably wouldn't use that. And inflicts petrification, won't use that either. Bahamur! What? Oh, we didn't remove anything here. My weakness. No, not friends. God damn it. Based on enemy level, different stats, so it just doesn't do anything useful. Yeah, I really dislike all of these passive spells that just do they're supposed to inflict status effects, because on bosses they don't work, and on weaker enemies it's just easier to just fight them immediately and like not deal with that shit. Like, you don't need to lengthen the freaking fight. Oh god, these are in some weird ass order now. Now that my 2-week vacation is over, busy of work today, catching up on streams and supporting, and she's gonna be Russian roulette again. Oh no! I'm sorry, your vacation is over. It's sad. Should Megami say Handles is better? Interesting. I have a question. What's your question? Yeah? What about retro inspired? Not really. Like, I don't have anything against them, but I don't really play those because I play games according to my own whimsy. And yeah, I'm playing older games because I have a list of different franchises I never got to experience as a child. And I was like, fuck it, I want to know what these games are all about. And now I'm playing all the stuff that I at some point decided is interesting to me. And there's a lot of that stuff, so a lot of newer games I just don't try that. Don't play them on stream at least, because I just feel like there's too much of all this stuff I want to try. Like me with music, I missed out on the 90s indie scene with music. Yeah, it's like that. It's like I missed out on these things, so I kind of want to catch up in whatever way it's possible. It's a pixel time spinner. Let me Enrapture a couple of weeks ago. Except Franslop, she'll try all the newest Franslop. Yeah, it will take me by the neck. So many horses. We're doing pretty good now. Level 44! It'll take a while, so we can just chat while this is happening. The Fallen literally made music with consoles as such reliable. It's nice. Oh, wow. A lot of old games have really— oh fuck. Why this? Fuck off, Behemoth! You know what? Can I just escape? What the fuck? Enter grinding? I have to, yeah. Grinding what? A wheel! Apparently the last dungeon doesn't have— you cannot say— no, you cannot— what am I saying? Why do I have a feeling somebody tell me you cannot save in the last dungeon? I don't think that's what I've been told. I think my brain is like misunderstanding something, misremembering something. I'm personally more so just into playing old games regardless of how old they are. Look. Yay. You know, for me it started with like the idea of just hearing people be like, oh, you know, this old game, it was so good, and I'm like, I never got to play this, what do you mean? $7,000? But I feel like that the dungeon, that cave where Behemoth was, gave more XP. Let me go see. Bahamut, not Behemoth. Me with Metroid Prime. Metroid! Mama! Ooh. I heard someone yell. What happened? There we go. Back here. The silly cave. 15,000! Yes! These do give more! This other fucking place is shit! It's a scam! It's actually using. Yeah. Me, refresh the freaking spells. Sorry, my Chewbacca jeans have awakened. Dead. Yeah. Yeah. Why did I say that? Man, why is it December? I swear to God. Not like I hate December or anything, but I don't know where the last 2 weeks went. So weird. Do you guys like Christmas? Are you looking forward to it? I think my Christmas this year is gonna be pretty chill. Doesn't seem like anything special is about to happen, which isn't a bad thing. What? Shrek, why is your level higher? What? When did you do that? You know, the thing I hate about December the most, well, December, well, I guess Christmas in general, is freaking finding gifts for everybody. And it's like, no one ever knows what they want. But like, if you dare to get them the wrong thing, or something that, you know, they for some reason think it shouldn't be a gift. And they're like, oh my goodness, how could you? It's all of these complaining. That's why they use money. Oh my god. Imagine having money. Stop with the back attacks. That's mean. If a Christmas gift is an expensive candy, ooh, yay! I will eat all of the candy. Doesn't matter what kind. Candy is good in general. Well, let me... Why do they always attack the mages? You see my in the last few years, my my mother and my sister, they kinda got into the habit of like buying way too much food for Christmas. You know, especially candy and any kind of, you know, just sweets in general. Like they would be buying weird chocolates and like 5 different packs of like different cookies and other kind of like specialty things, and it's like you cannot eat them within this time frame. This is too much, guys. And then they're like, you know, the Christmas comes and you're like, okay, we also will bake now 3 different cakes. And then you have like all of this food in general that it's just to get eaten. It's like, fuck. How are you guys? What is the idea behind all of this? Why do you get all of this? We cannot eat this. It's so much. Hold on. Ugh. Best thing time during Chris. I used to make holiday clusterfuck cookies, but learned 2 things from it. I think when candy corn melts too quickly, and to don't put cranberries, anything besides Thanksgiving laxatives. What? Those are some weird lessons. What the fuck are you making? Besides during Christmas is when the weather gets cold. I always put me in the mood to bake cookies. You know what? That makes sense. The one thing I really dislike about well, in general, we do not get all that cold going until like January. But funnily enough, the first snow always falls sometime in November. So it did actually fall a couple of days ago, and we still have some, but it will like melt within a week or so. And then it doesn't come back until late January, basically. So like there's just barely any Christmas mood going on, but also just, you know, sometimes it does get cold without the freaking without snow, but yeah, it's like, I don't know, I feel like it never really gets to the point where I would actually feel like it's, you know, it's Christmas. That would get me into the mood for anything, because oh, what the fuck is this? Because of all this freaking widow shenanigans. Yeah, I'm just cold, and I'm like wrap myself in blankets, and I'm still cold. I don't feel like doing anything, it's just sad. I remember back when we had white snowy Christmas. Oh god. Everyone had to go to university uphill both ways while avoiding wild bears in a snowstorm? Jesus. Wild. Those were some kind of times. What am I doing? I forgot to use spells. In a snowstorm. Ouroboros. Fiber. Fiber? What? Fuck, I pressed Q by accident. Ivory will melt your brain with anger. Ramu. Eat. Here we go. Eat. Where are the Ouroboros? Oh my god. I want the Ouroboros. Show me, Ouroboros. You're not him. These are false prophets. Get out. God damn it. So you ask what I'm doing. I am trying to figure out whether or not all of these have the same amount of experience. Give the same amount of experience. Exciting gameplay. Ouroboros! I'm sorry. They do give the same amount of experience, which means the first floor was the best. What a shame. What a shame. Here we get a live view of why tabletop RPGs have long since switched to milestone-based progression. Yeah, real life preview. I say that, but there's a game. What am I saying? Ah. See, the reason why I played Pixel Remaster of 1 and 2 is that they have boosted the experience a bit, so you don't have to grind. But for some reason they didn't do that with this one. Why? Or maybe they did, but not enough. At any rate, I hate this. Yeah, these games just were designed for, you know, for long gameplay. They're like, we cannot have you beat this too early, too quickly, because you want more games and we don't have more games. You have to feel like it was worth to buy this. You want you to buy a strategy guide? Well, that's for stuff like King's Quest. Strategy guide won't help you when your level is not enough to fight an enemy. Which, I mean, you could still... You could say that still, like, checks out in this one, but I feel like it's much more obvious in other games. As King's Quest and such. Because in those games you're not making it without a strategy guide. Or some kind of walkthrough. Good fucking luck. Being like, oh, you want to open the door. Did you pick up the shoe of a unicorn? And danced with it in the rain? And did you also remember to say to the old lady that your breath is stinky and that she needs to go to hell? Only then we will be able to open the door. So, figures. Yeah, it makes sense why people and not a lot of people in the past like games when they pulled shit like that. Like a point and click. That's exactly what I'm describing. A huge issue with these games that they are very simple numbers games. Yeah. What level are we? 47. Okay, listen. We were 43. So it's not too bad, I think. Maybe. We need to get to 50, minimum. Because I think someone said that if you have a black belt, then you can usually probably just wing it, but... Point and click puzzles are ridiculous. They are. But I like them. I like them, I don't know why. Yeah, I mean Pokemon is very similar, but... I mean Pokemon was like, I don't know, I feel like it wasn't as difficult. Yeah, I mean, it's another one of those games where you just have to spend a long time. That succeeded? I mean, are you telling me this didn't succeed? Yeah, it's like, it doesn't, the comparison doesn't work, but yeah. It just... Like, you know, there wasn't really all that much... what's the word? Competition at the time. Like... A lot of games were kinda mid. Yeah, I also do agree that success is a meaningless metric. I mean, see, look how many people make money on like Twitch or on YouTube, and you'll be like, I don't like these people, I don't understand why they're popular, and you will understand what we mean here. It's like, not always the thing the thing that gets popular is, it's like, there's merit to that. Anyway, are you familiar with the Dragon Deathgate point and click game? I know the name. I don't think I've ever played it.
Everyone.
Daniel, hello. Oh, I ran out of spells. Hold on. All my horses. Either way, I do like, you know, both Final Fantasy and Pokemon. I don't want to like act like I dislike these series. I do like them, but I have a limited amount of patience for them. So every once in a while, I need to like play something else. Also, every time I play a Pokemon game, I will take like a 2 years break before I get to the next one. Because I'm just so like pumped out of any kind of energy for that thing. I played it some time ago and it sent me molding. There's puzzle early on that I thought I cleverly circumvented, only for the game to actually go, well, this is a one solution, it's not the internet solution, go figure it out. What the f- That's so evil! Yeah, I don't think a game should do that. That's just terrible. Service in your base need work. Okay. Thank you for the lurk. What strikes me is that pettiness actually acknowledged what I did. Yeah, it's just like... At least give me a hint if you think what I'm doing is wrong. That's so evil. You know what? I would do the same thing. I would close the game. I'd be like, fuck this. Speaking of Pokemon, I have Pokemon cookies. That's what I got. My sister when she came in. She got them for like a sticker or something. Typical. Uh, 48! Oh my god. 2 more levels, and we're getting out of here. But as you can see, I ran out of patience for any kind of fighting. And I'm using auto mode now. If I was playing the original, and I didn't have access to this, I don't think I would have finished the game. Like, I wouldn't have the patience to like keep selecting the spells and the stuff. I already made it quite far without using this. I think in the previous game I started using the auto mode like halfway through the game. Is largely why I just quit FF6. Oh god. Is it similar? This reminds me of all this running around reminds me of trying to hatch an egg in Pokemon. No, it's a much better game, story-wise, but the game's exactly like this, and there came a moment where I just completely I don't want to see what happens next more. That I want to stop playing the fights. Oh, that's fair, yeah, I understand. Did you, like, I don't know, look up what happens next in, like, in the internet? Well, you're scarred enough to not really care anymore. God. Just yesterday, my party was like level 30 something. I just didn't care. Fair. I don't blame you. Shrek is almost level 49, let's go! Whee! One more level. Just one. It was the farthest I got into a 2D Final Fantasy game. Hmm. You know what? Fair. Have you played the original FF6 or kind of some kind of remake? The original, ah, I see. The only game and story I finished was FF12. Ah, I see. You know, this is why I am like... I didn't mention that I want to emulate the rest. But I am at the same time worried about that. How painful would it be? At least the the Pixel remasters have some of these quality of life changes where you can just auto fight. Just run around and shit happens on its own. But with the originals I am not sure how will that go for me. You serious? Yeah, it's okay, I got it. But, you know, the reason why I want to play the originals is because I do want to know, like, what the graphics looked like and how it actually played. And even with these three, it was I was actually torn on whether or not I would like to play that Pixel remasters. Because I was like, yeah, I mean, they are the same, but the graphics have changed significantly, and, you know, all that stuff, but... Yeah, but what sold me on what was the fact that the first game was just, like, basically all of the grinding was cut out. Not really cut out, but they, like, boosted the experience enough to not really have to... For you to not really have to care about it anymore. And with the second one, I'm not sure. I think I did have to do it a little bit, but I think in the end I ended up with like a high enough level for me to not really have to care anymore. But yeah, and this one is just... This one is out of that. The grind is back. Probably shorter than what I would have to do in the original, but, you know, it's still here. The worst thing about these is that I'm not sure I can even say that the graphics changed for the better. So I'm going to be honest, this game looks like someone's RPG Maker project that scavenged our assets. You are correct. Yeah. Like, I don't really... You know, I would be happy if they allowed me to have the original graphics. all I wanted was the quality of life changes. All I wanted is to not have to grind for hours. The graphics, I really don't care. I don't mind ugly ass graphics, it's fine. It's whatever. I was surprised I was not. I want. You know what? I don't know why I didn't think of maybe looking for a mod, but I don't really think that would be possible. Considering all the special effects and such. Maybe it is. I don't know. But I didn't look it up, and now I feel like at this point it's not worth it. I'm probably going to, like, watch a long play video afterwards. Just to, you know, see what it was like. Before I play 4. Just so I have some kind of idea. You know, some point of comparison. Point of reference, I suppose, I was about to say. Oh. Run out of the attack again. Shrek is level 50 already! You're getting close! Oh. No, actually, whatever. Final frame of reference. At least it's not fatal frame of reference. I keep thinking about the freaking Resident Evil games recently. Fatal Frame is a great series. I do have them on my list somewhere. I think so, at least. Like, hold on, I'm gonna write down to check for later. Because I do think I have them, but like, there's so much stuff on there that on the top of my head, I might be making shit up. much more. Soon. Soon I'll be done with this. You know, I need to check what achievements I'm missing. Haven't you buy watch as when we're playing the other ones and they even hold up recently? Ooh, nice. You know, I know I have them on the list, but I'm not sure what priority I've given to them. Which I might have to want to change that if I want to play them earlier than in a couple years. Are we all 50 level? Yes! Reach level 54 party members, let's go! I got an achievement even. You know what? Hold on. Let me look at achievements. I need to see what achievements I'm missing, because I don't want to replay this game. 1 and 2 I can replay, I don't mind. Those were good, but this one I am not so sure. Bestiary entries. Yeah, okay, I don't have those. Treasure. There's also Eureka. Oh my god, I forgot about that. Achievements were most definitely not part of the original experience. Yeah, they were not. But I want them. Let me... I know there's achievement for finding all the freaking chocobo forests. And I think I've seen all of them, but I didn't get the fucking achievement, so... If there's either one on the inside of the maze, or for some reason it doesn't count something. Chocobo Woods! Chocobo Woods! What the fuck am I looking at? This is the... I'm looking for chocobo forests. Stop showing me the wrong fucking map. Swear to God. It's not even showing me things properly. What the fuck is this? Ah! Ah! Sorry, I accidentally clicked AI. I panicked. I don't want those. West of Entrance Maze. Show me the fucking map. Show me the map. The map. Retro achievements. Game? What am I saying? Website? Will you help me? Final Fantasy 3? Sorry, I'm losing my mind. 3D remake. I do not want 3D remake. Wait. Actually. Maybe that achievement is for a different remake of this game. No, there is an achievement for this, okay. Oh. Swear to God. Entering and exiting should be more than enough for them to count. Why don't they count then? What? Hello? Oh, that's not the Chocobo Forest. That's the freaking... what's it called? The... Not fairies. The... What are they called? Baby Creature Village. Yes. This is my description. And I will... Gnomes, yes, thank you. As you can see, my brain is a mess. Oh, I have a complaint about this game. The shadow under this the ship is broken. Because it doesn't appear in the proper spot. Oh, okay, okay, no, stop, no, okay, okay, never mind, I just realized something. I misunderstood. The achievement is not about finding all Chocobo Castle, Chocobo Forest, it's about entering all locations. I misunderstood what the people on the internet have said to me. Breaks my head. So I think the well, the tower and then the Eureka will be what I actually do need. How many elixirs do I have? 15, that's not really all that much, but... I know what, it should be enough. Eva's already level 24. And I just changed her into summoner. Where you don't get achievement because you didn't enter someone's dinky little hovel at the starting time. No, I think it's about like the main, you know, the yellow dots on the map. That should be okay, but oh my god, don't say that. What do I want to do? There was something I wanted to do. I don't remember now. Whatever. Me. Bye. But how is it possible that the creatures you fight here give less experience than all of those in the other dungeon? I mean, I guess it makes sense because in the other dungeon you like fight 3 to 4 enemies at once, and you're here it's only one, but like it's counterintuitive. Doesn't make sense to farm here. Yeah. Which is silly. Big behemoth. Does behemoths give more, at least? God damn it. You need a better spell for this. I see who made the crystal doll. Well, it's Ancient's maze, but yeah. Dave, I hate grinding. Why is this game like this? You level 11,000. Yeah, this it's a bit better, but still not good. Good luck, that's all I guess. Thank you! Ah. Oops. Yeah, I mean, I did that, but it's because I've been somehow blazing through and kinda not getting high enough levels with this. Oh, okay, these ones might actually give me some normal amount of experience. Maybe. Like, I'm level 50, it's still not good enough for many people, but you know what? I don't care. It's fine. I'm gonna deal with that. Dual hacking! Cannot even use that. I'll lose my eyesight. Wow, Phoenix down. Why is Twitch falling apart again? Protect ring. Oh. Which, you know what? Good. You do have a point. Yeah. I didn't think of that. No, the one really stupid thing about this part of the game is that you, before you get to the maze, you need to get through those 4 wards, and you cannot do that in a ship. But you cannot move forward without the ship, so you go there. You know, take down the wards, and then you have to go back for your fucking ship. Hi, Sajiji! How are you? How are you today? It's December and I'm scared. Why I don't have... No magic. Yes, finally something. Finally something good. Oh my boy, Shrek. Oh no, why are you back here? I'm good, I've cleaned my room and I feel made a new. Hell yeah! Congratulations! I did my own cleaning yesterday. So I feel you. And you can do my card making. The cutter is being super loud and annoying. Oh god. Godspeed. I hope it goes quickly. Stop attacking my people. They're silly. They don't understand. I think it's about time for me to retire into sleep. Okay. Thanks for hanging out. It was really nice to chat with you. Good night. Sleep well, Ivory. Sounds like an old fax machine. Oh god. Ew. Not equipped magic. Okay, this was pretty short. Whee! Forest! Liger. I know what I'm doing. Death Needle? Why? Why? Why are they called like this? Who named them like this? They look like lizard cats? They do! It's time! A crystal tower! A voice emanates from the mirror. I am the door to the forbidden realm of Eureka. Resting place of weapons deemed beyond mankind's power. An invisible wall is blocking the path. Jackie? You mean I can just go there now? I thought you go there later. Wow. Oh, Ka! What is that? Scary. Should I? Oh my god. I was about to say, should I be worried about this? Maybe I should. Why'd I pick Ramu? And sadly, doesn't seem like they're good. Bomb arm. Good for grinding all that much either. Oh my god. More weird horses. A poem? Would you make me do that? Oh god. You picked a poem. Can you tell me what topic you'd like? So I can pick something nice. Any topic? I have to do everything myself. Fine, you'll get a poem about December. Deal with that. Okay, hold on. Józef Antoni Birkenmeier, grudzień. Grudzień to miesiąc miły niezwykle, bo w nim Wigilii świeci nam gwiazdka, a w domu niczym świeci choinka. Naszym świeci choinka. Oh god. One more time. I fucked up. Quite severely. Grudzień to miesiąc miły niezwykle, bo w nim Wigilii świeci nam choinka, a w domu naszym świeci choinka. I fucked up again! What? I cannot read! God damn it. Reset. Józef Antoni Birkenmeier. Grudzień. Grudzień to miesiąc miły niezwykle, bo w nim Wigilii świeci nam gwiazdka, a w domu naszym świeci choinka, ubrana w świeczki, orzechy, ciastka, zaś pod gałęźmi jasnej choinki leżą podarki i upominki. Są tu laleczki, są i żołnierze, co ustawili się w długi pochód. Jest i miś bury, jest łamigłówka i nakręcany duży samochód. A bywa zawsze też radość szczera, gdy z ładnej książeczki obrazek spoziera. Lecz by to wszystko dostać, potrzeba koniecznie co najmniej przez rok cały sprawować się grzecznie. Yeah, you're good. I'm done. Proud myself. Bit. Monsters, goddammit! Ah, Nino. Nino! 2019! Quickly. Yellow. Oh. Oh, Shrek got blinded. Fuck. At least, ribbon. What? Prevents many kinds of status ailments? What the fuck? Equip. I bet this is probably good for you. Bomb arm. I don't want this. Wait. I have 1 million. How did I make that much money? I just spent a lot. And all of it is back. Jesus. Arctic Wind, Phoenix Down. I want equipment for my people. I don't want all this garbage. 90... What? You can buy stuff here? Okay. But yeah, as you can see, I run out of patience for like manual fighting. So we're just gonna go. Ah, fuck. I'm scared of the Crystal Tower. And not in the sense of, you know, I like... afraid that it will be difficult, but I'm afraid that will be very, very, very long. Oh fuck. I picked the wrong side. Why did you only attack one? At the very end of the corridor, swear to god. Hurricane! I don't need this. I don't have a ninja. So I guess I'm glad I didn't grind more, because the game is giving me enough of that on its own. Fuck. Can I get something? I mean, nice, I guess. I will get to use it here. But I want equipment. I want nice equipment. So give me shurikens. What is this? What is that ball? The horses created with 6 legs? Yes. Only the correct horses here. The Moonring Blade, Force of Darkness. Show your worth. Ah! Amon! Bahamur! And you actually do something better for once. Something helpful. Wow. You can do it again. Meanwhile, I'm gonna protect more people. Why do you keep attacking Shrek? What do you have against Shrek? Explain. With a fashionable skeleton? Yay. Only the most fashionable in here. I assume. I don't know what I'm saying, man. Change the weaknesses? Oh, fuck. Fuck it. Odin, I don't know. You attack, you can... Listen, you protect him. Oh, okay. I don't know. I feel like Odin never works. Jesus Christ. Poor Shrek. Now that everyone is protected. Why do you not have a Leviathan? Have I used all of them already? Have I used all of my Leviathans? Libra, there we go. What's on the class so far? You know, I haven't tried all of them, so I can't say I know all that much, but I do like a lot of them. Some of them I have no idea what they do. Hold on. Me. No, not Titan. Are you fucking kidding me? Oh well. But I do like the fact that you get variety. Though, you know, part of me is like, I wish you didn't have to level them up separately, because, like, I would like to test more. Oh, never mind. I think Behemoth was enough to get most of his health down. Yeah, a lot of experience. Moonring Blade. Ooh, you get to equip that now. Look at you. So, sir, what the fuck are you not using the... I didn't get you the diamond thing. I forgot. Oh well. But I haven't tested all of the classes. I kinda wish I had more time for that. You know, most of my I won't say knowledge, it's not really knowledge, but like most of what I know about this game, well, Final Fantasy is from 14, so if there was no class, there was no job in 14, I'm probably not gonna know what the heck that thing is. So I'm surprised they added so many in just this one game. Like, you know, compared to the previous one, I feel like there's just a lot more. Does the hear the roster she's rerouted at this point though? Yeah, that's true too. Yeah, you have a point. Oh, what the fuck is this? Oh, pfft. But I am definitely looking forward to, you know, future games. Masamune and the Mystic Blade. Defeat me and I'm yours to wield. Kunoichi? to say? Brain mush. Look at me just skipping this knife fight. Ah, what the fuck? How dare you? I didn't know you could do that. Bahamur. Fix this. But yeah, I'm curious about the next games. So it will be a while before I get to the kind of gameplay I enjoy, probably. Ah, fuck. Literally dead. Because I don't have anything against, you know, this game or any other turn-based strategy games. It's just... I just wouldn't say it's my favorite. 6 is the only one that I know anything about. Yeah, a lot of people really like 6. Do 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 do. Oh, there's more items here. Strongest of all swords. Well, I don't have Dark Knight. Another Phoenix down. Off I go to wrap up the workday. Good luck on the journey. Thank you. Good luck. Good luck to you too. And thank you for the lurk. Oh, fuck. Why would you do that? Why would you use cure? Knowledge boy? Hi Fart, how are you? The fuck? Excalibur! Working and hating being back. How goes the tower? Ah, taking a detour into the Eureka. General? That's such a... What's the word? Generic name. Oh, I used Cura, I didn't mean to. Well. Sentetsuken never fucking works. But I had to grind a bit before I got in here, cause I googled yesterday about like what people recommend is as a good level to enter the Crystal Tower, and they were like, oh, if you're like level 57, you shouldn't have any problems. Like, what do you mean? I'm like level 42. So I grinded up to level 50 and I was like, you know what, this is fine, this is enough. I'm not doing more. Fuck that. So yeah. And now we're in here. Wreck is level 52. Whee! Fine, I guess you can have both. G. Oh. Wow. Fuck. More horses. Why is like out of all of these legendary weapons, fucking 3 of them are swords. I'm Ragnarok, the Unparalleled. Cannot hope to handle my power. Wow. Guardian. Guardian, why is your... Why is your name so generic? Oh my god! Oh, phew. I was like, oh no, the health. Faster! How long can you fall apart? Worthy warriors, I will lend you my strength. My light is yours. Pain Ragnarok. What the fuck? Why? Look, 3 of these fucking things are sword. Well, these are discs, I suppose. Discus. Discus? Discus? Which... I don't know why it exists. This fucking disc, discus, I suppose, can only be used by Knight and Dark Knight. And then you get two swords, which one of them can only be used by Knight, by Dark Knight, and I think this one was only used by, could be only used by both two. So it's like, you get fucking 4 weapons That can be used by these two classes. So we do these two jobs. So if you don't have any of those jobs in your party, you don't get to use all of these fucking special items, which just doesn't make any sense to me. So I guess if you have both a night and a dark night, you get pretty good time with these. I don't know. I guess you get a good boost because of these artifacts. I don't know. The Elder Staff! Defeat me and I will grant you the titles of Ninja and Sage! Something within the staff tact. Oh, I don't have Sage yet. I don't have Ninja either. Scylla! I thought I had Ninja already. But oh well. Hey, why would you do that? We all merge into an old man. Ivory, welcome back! Can you not fall asleep? What the fuck? I think I need to fall asleep for a bit. At least for a little bit. How dare the NPC heal itself? Hi Dale! How's it going? It's going. I am complaining a lot about Eureka. Yes, Eureka gives you 5 special weapons, and 4 of those weapons are either for a night or for a dark night, which is really stupid. I don't know why they thought they should do it that way. Other stuff. Woo! Then also Ninja and Sage, masters in the arts of weaponry and magic. I don't think Ninja is worth it, but I might change Glitter into a Sage. Just to see. Ah! What the fuck is this? I Google any? Wow. Noise. Wait, level 8. Maybe I still... Wait, actually, I think... I get to... buy something here. I'm a little bummed. I got late off from work. The busy season is not over. No, I'm sorry. That's so sad. I'm sorry you heard about that. Oops. Oh. Look at them. It's them sages. Shuriken, elixir, elixir. Shuriken. I have so many shurikens. Why do they keep giving me them? What can I do for you? Really? You can just buy these? You don't have to find them? That's so stupid. It's fine, it's what it is, no hard feelings. But still... Tornado! Oh. Flare uses thermal energy to deal damage. Instant KO! Meteors to attack enemies, I don't need these. Because I don't have a black mage anymore. Doesn't matter. Where is the... Oh. I thought there would be a secret passage. What can I do for you? Stop with the fucking shurikens, I don't need them! Crystal shield, there we go. I didn't get this before, but I can get it now. Hello. You could argue I don't need this. Wait, I do have a crystal shield. What the fuck? Which is the one I don't have? I think it was diamond shield. God damn it. Oh well. It did what it did what it did what it did. What's wrong with me? Okay, Ron. Who the fuck are you? Look at this stance. Oh. Ah! God. I didn't know Titan is so powerful. Although I still didn't get the achievement for visiting all locations, so... What am I missing? No! Fuck. What the heck was that? Eve, why did you let yourself get toaded? Whoops. We're out of Eureka! Wow, 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 wow. What are you doing here? Oh! Right, I was saying that I didn't yet, get the achievement for all of the, what's the word? All of the locations, but I still need to go to the World of Darkness. What the fuck is this? Shining Garden. Oh, what the fuck? This guy is just some guy. This enemy I meant. I didn't even... A non-Turkish man with a sword? Who let him in here? They didn't tell him it's dangerous? Maybe I forgot to tell him. Or maybe he doesn't listen. They were like, yeah, we tried telling him not to go in there, but like, he wouldn't give a fuck. Chris! Also death is high! I had my first shift. How did it go? How did it go? Ugh. You guys were very nice. We brought pastries to the welcome party. Aww! That's nice! Kinda food did you get? Oh wow. I mean, still. Ah, why is my ear ringing? God damn it. I used the wrong attack. Tiramisu little cakes. Mignon croissants. Ooh. Nice. Someone's written there. This door can be opened with the circus key. Ah. You see, I do have that. Ah! Stop breaking my eyes. What the fuck? Final Fantasy be like, would you like some maze on top of that? Imagine me and my social anxiety there. But free food! Dead. Ah! Shit, Eve. Oh, poison I was over here. Whoops. But I tried to interact. Good, I'm proud of you. No increment noises engage. I'm more tired for the special interactions than yeah, that makes sense. It's always like that in the beginning. It's like, oh my god, I need to make sure that I'm like the best I can be. They show people that make a good impression. And then you're like, oh, okay, now I can rest. Kom. Sorry, that was my shoulder. Really wanted to be loud. For some reason. I know one Phoenix down. Platinum. Oh. Oomst. Oh. Well, one of the weapons gives poison. I don't know which one, I didn't read, but it's there. No, Turkish man, why would you do that to me? Okay. Wish I had a sugar daddy mommy so I wouldn't have to. Oh man. Where are the hidden entrances to the other one? Swear to God. We need to heal. Elixir. Ah, I see. The fuck? What is this design? Whee! Ah, please. Glacia? I'm hydrating. Level 40, 53. Wait, Elder Staff? Another one? Can you use Elder Staffs? Not this. No. Why can a ninja use that? What the fuck? Here you go. 2! 2 of them. You massacre my spirit animal? Oh. What about Kumkum? I'm just speeding through. No patience. Elixir! Last day is a good demon. It's supposed to be a flying dog. Oh, I didn't even notice they were called that. That's the one I did not read the name of somehow. Maybe my brain was like protecting me. Who needs to like my go-to demon who goes to Stellath? They only give me elixirs. They hate me. What the fuck? Shinobi! Choco Bobo? Oh god. Oops. Those legs, I'm dying. There you go, I hope you are enjoying your chicken. Oh my god. You're welcome. Blind. Oh my god. What? What is this? Bonk bonk. I wasn't looking. Dark General! Wow! Look at him, he's so dark. And so general. What are these? Or sure, whatever, like at this point. And we have to heal again. Crystal nail. Don't we already have that? We do. Oh, this glass. I see. I see. La bolas? At least not Legolas. How many more chests in here? 4. Grr. This? Why is this here? Ah. Dragon! Is it even gonna be powerful? Guys, stop fighting. There's no time for the shit. How much health does this dragon have? I didn't know we're gonna get a mini boss here. Wonder. And you heal. Fuck you. You're still alive. One more time. There we go. 30,000. That's good. I have 3 crystal shields. I want a diamond shield. Things down. You again. What level are we? 40. Oh. Only do that much. I expected more damage. What? Oh shit, should have them up before I did that, but well, whatever. What? How many dragons are there? Oh, I can't attack them, what? Will they all attack me at once? Ha ha ha! Gullible fools! That mirror paralyzes anyone who looks into it. Now the 5 worms can feast on your soon-to-be corpses. Worms. It had been some time since they had the prospect of such a fine meal. They will savor every last bite. We can't move. Have no fear. That sounds like Doga. As I told you before, all souls are eternal. Listen, the only thing that can break the curse of the 5 worms is 5 hearts of pure light. You have to persevere until I can gather them. Do you understand? I'll be back as soon as I am able. Good luck, warriors. Doga's soul left to search out for 5. No. Doga's soul left to search out the 5 hearts of pure light. Oh my god. What the fuck? Oh! I forgot about the fucking princess! I never went to visit her again! Gilder and the others are in grave danger. Come with me, your highness! We need a heart filled with light, your heart, in order to break the worm's curse. Oh, for Glitter I'd do anything. I will go immediately! Will you feed them to the dragon? Sid! Sid, I need your help! Are Glitter and the others in danger? Of course I'll help. Wow! You're feeding them with other people. Dash! Must have perished in the furnace. Beef-ho! What, fuck, he's still alive? Dash, you're alive? Of course, don't write me off yet. Wait, who's asking? I don't think I've seen you before, Grumps. Whoever you are, you caught me at a good time. I've only just finished repairing the Tower of Owen. It was all a close call, that's for sure. It was a while there when I thought the floating continent was done for. There's the Wars of Light are in trouble. Geez, I put out one fire, another pumps up. So what are we standing around here for? Let's go. Food for dragon. Why are you putting them at random? Ah, such fine food, the prince. Where's Alice? The warriors of light need you. Oh no, I must go to Glitter and the others at once. Are you all? Will one of you come to the aid of the warriors of light? They need your help. Finally, now's our chance to be the heroes. I'll go. Lead on! You can do it! Of course I can, ha ha ha! Well, only one, I thought you were gonna take all of them. Food. Aw, I didn't eat them. Glitter, Gregor, Shrek, Eve! Quick, you'll hold off the worms! The frames? That was typo. It must change the fate of this world. I guess it's... I know it's pronounced worms, but I don't know, it's weird. They owe you our lives. Everyone, let's go! Everyone! Ah. It's you! I'm impressed you made it this far. But your struggle was all for naught. Don't you see how close the darkness has drawn? You're too late, and now you will die. Oh my god, look at his teeth. No, listen, I have Bahamur. We'll be fine. Oh fuck. Oh, it's Shrek. Yee. Your meteor sucks. Stop it. Whoa, 8,000. What is this? Some kind of buy two get one free post Black Friday sale Nosferatu? Yes, exactly. How did you know? Such a good guess. The teeth get it away. Give it away, yeah. I was always looking at the teeth. Always? Also. Such powerful teeth. What? Already? Huh? This wasn't as difficult as I thought it would be. I guess it's not over. You think it matters if you defeat me? The cloud of darkness has already gathered. The land would be shrouded before long. We will return the world to nothingness. We are the cloud of darkness. Everything shrouded, enveloped in shadow. The light, the darkness, all will become nothing. We will start with the warriors of light. Perish together with the world you are beholden to protect. Wow. Look at the cloud. Only have one Bahamut left? God damn it. This is good music. How do you miss? What? Okay, I was like, this doesn't make sense. But I guess it was like, telling when there was an animation. And everyone died at the end. Glitter, you can't give up. Come on, you can't die here. This is not your time. Don't you dare die on me. Huh? Glitter, Grzegorz, Shrek, Eve. The souls of Doga and Une appeared. Our souls are with you. Rise, warriors. You cannot be defeated yet. Doga and Une transferred the life force to the warriors and revived them. What? Thank you, Doga. Thank you, Une. That's the spirit. Now I think you have a job to do. Xander's transgressions diluted the light's power. He enabled the darkness to grow and give birth to that shadowy abomination. Xander has a pawn, a puppet of the darkness. You could have resisted such power. Soon our souls will ascend to the heavens and become one with all those who came before us. We can't stay with you, much as we would like to. You four are the only ones who can restore the balance between light and dark. You must go to the world of darkness now. The two souls dispersed. Quick, everyone keep the words of light your friendship power. It's time for us to go to the world of darkness. I'm ready if you are. We can do this. Come on. The whole world is counting on you. Don't let us down. With us backing you up, you can't lose. Ha ha ha. It ain't easy to shoulder a difficult destiny, trust me on that, but you've got this. You'll be triumphant. What the fuck? Triumphant. I have faith, I cannot pronounce words. Please, you have to come back safely. Wee wee, spin. I finally reached the bed. Yay! World of Darkness. Yeah, I got the Adventurous Wayfarer achievement. I don't have the achievement for like bestiary entries, but I'm fucking missing 40 enemies. Can you believe that? But you know what? That's fine. I think it counts even if you do it on a like earlier save. So I'm just gonna load it later. Now you'll be trumpet. I'm comfy. Hell yeah! Enjoy the comfy. Oh, they revived us, so I don't have to heal them. Nice. Oh, there are stairs here. Fuck is that? Jormungand. Whoops, I didn't mean to use that. Stop wasting! Shit! It was an accident. I'll try to sleep again. Okay, Ivory! Good night! Okay. Can you? Oh, you can. Okay, good. Monsters, goddammit. Xander's clone, what the fuck? I just fought you! How many times do we need to teach you this lesson, old man? Bonk. How much health does he have? Oof. Ribbon! Wow! I almost clicked load, Jesus. Oh, fuck. Don't have been funny? No, don't say that! Protect? What? Why do you have that spell? You're some kind of weird worm. Dark water crystal? You have come far, but this is the end of the line. This world will be engulfed in darkness and return to the void. What the fuck is this, a kinda? What the fuck? Incredibly loud, that makes me come back to the tab and mute the stream until it's over. Oh god. How much health? Death? What the fuck? How much health does she have? Up and high! How are you? Oh fuck. Żegorz! Quickly! Fix this man! Oh my god! Oh, I forgot I have a rise. Whoops. Well. Oh my god, she's still alive. Are you telling me I need an even higher level for this? Do they want me to like grind before this too? Can you die? I'm getting sleepy. How much health do you have? Jesus. Snack. Leviathan. Bro. How much health? How is this more difficult than Xande? Oh, thank God. Hurry up. Can you die faster? I am one of the warriors of dark. When the powers of light and dark become too great, the cloud of darkness created to return the world to the void. Only the hope inherent in the forces of light and dark can stop it. Now go, warriors of light. I will assist you with my powers of dark. Oh. Crystal warriors of light, only you can restore hope to the world, for yours the light that can balance out the darkness. Oh yeah, you can heal me. Thank God. Mmm. Wee. Wee. Kage. I kinda want to know how much of the game is left. If it's just these 3 bosses and then the Cloud of Darkness. Maybe I should try to finish it today, but I don't know. Like, I kind of feel like destroying Cloud of Darkness is gonna be difficult. Like, if she's gonna use the same attack, if I'm like supposed to just grind more levels to counter that, then oh my god, sorry for this thing. Hi, Legos. Oh my god. Hold on, I need to tag glitter. I'm hydrating, thank you. Wait, I meant this one. Amazing. Garm? That's a dog! Why are you having me fight a dog? Ah, god damn it, of course. Fuck, it's you again. I forgot. I forgot. Ouch. I'm not using Bahamut. Tornado! Actually, I should have used Holy. I can test it. Pfft. Tornado did not work. Okay, good to know. Titan! Holy! Good. Oh. Yay! Another ribbon? Yes. Wait, what does the ribbon even do? Oh, prevents any kind of status element. Okay, that makes sense. Use block to build a research effect. That's cool. Oh fuck. Queenzilla! You're back! damn it. I kinda want to get another level before I go for that boss. But you know what? I might get a fucking Zanda. Oh, no, wait, no. Zanda clones protect the chests. Never mind. I was like, oh, what if I get the clone? No, never mind. It's fine. Grinding time? No, I don't want to grind time. The wrath of dark has nearly reached its zenith. No one can stop it. Least of all of you. Least of all you. Oh, Ari man. Welcome fucking back, I guess. I need to use reflect? I could use reflect, but use reflect on yourself. I'm gonna see if that actually does anything. Not really. I just fucked up. $700! 7,000, not 700. Can't read. Even not speak. Didn't think. See, this is why reflect fucking sucks. Tornado. I should have used protect. Picking up. Oh no, glitter is so sad. I need to stop waving my head around. Crushed in fucking pieces, Glitter. I'm so sorry. But you had to go down. So that I can raise you without the reflect. Though... if... he uses the meteor now, then we are fucked. Ah! What? Are you still alive? Did you name that guy Shrek, or is that his actual name? We did name him Shrek, yes. I allowed my chat to name the party members, and they came up with Shrek for some fucking reason. Let's get the one level up, maybe. Unless these don't really give enough experience for that to make sense. No, never mind. Never mind. Not worth it. Bahamur. Stop with the meteor! Just got here. Jesus Christ. No! Keeping all of them alive is difficult. Although... part of the reason why is that he's not using a shield. Stop with the meteor! If we die one more time, I'm going to bed. Jesus. Stop quaking! You know, it's sad you cannot use protect on all the party members at once. Well, not really sad, but like annoying. Then I just struggle to try and use it on every— No! Wrong party member, I thought I already put it on Shrek. Fuck. Jesus. Oh my god, thank god. Rock is so close to the next level. I am one of the warriors of dark. This wrath of dark will affect not just your world, both of our worlds will succumb. The void is coming, but with our powers combined, we can still stop it. We must destroy the cloud of darkness. Crystal words of light, only you can restore the hope to this world. Yay! I think at this point I could probably farm the experience for the level for the other characters. Not that much. And it will help with the next one, even if just a little bit. Zoom. Right, there'll be Zanda over here. What? The fuck? I'm gonna get that chest and then I'm gonna sleep. I guess I'm getting too tired to continue. I think there's not really all that much left. So I'll need one more. I don't know when I'm gonna wrap this up actually. If I am free in the evening tomorrow, then maybe I'll be back to finish the game. Monsters! Where am I? Whee! Another ribbon. So we only have one more chest left, which is the one in the other room. Time to do something stupid. Okay, no, I changed my mind. I'm not gonna do something stupid. I was about to go for the next chest first, but you know what? This won't change anything. I don't need the ribbon anyway. I'm gonna do it next time. So yeah, for today, that's it. Gonna head to bed. Not this. I do miss I miss out on a lot of like even basic ass enemies. Somehow. So there's that. So if I want the achievement, I'll have to do that, but I'm gonna do that later. Anyway, I'm gonna go to bed now. I'm gonna sleep. And I will see you guys if I'm not here tomorrow to finish the game. I'll be back on On Wednesday morning, I'll be doing an art stream. We'll be working on some commissions, and then I'll be back on Thursday. I'll be doing a Bob Ross painting special with Doki and Toki. The fuck am I saying? With Toki. Yay. So I will see you guys next time. Until then, please stay safe and good night. Goodbye.